everybody in here. Hopefully you guys are having a good Friday afternoon. It's been kind of a slow May. Although this stretch looks pretty juiced. This stretch looks pretty juiced. I'm gonna get everything set up here. Everything is running, cameras are all up. So my plan for this is we do have the multi-camera setup. It is completely functional. I tested it, it worked completely fine. I did it, I drove around for 2 hours the other day to test it, and it works perfect. So we have it off right now because it burns through power, but when we get on a storm or storms start to form, then we'll get it moving. So that's why we're not running it just yet. Sorry, just trying to get everything finalized here. Everything's set, ready to go. All right, seems like we're good. This is an enhanced risk today, but there's not much hype around it just because of how dry it is. They do have a 5% tornado risk out. At last I checked, I think that was the 3 o'clock update, so that should be still valid here. But 5% tornado. We're looking for a couple supercells maybe to form in northern Iowa here around 6 to 8 o'clock. Gonna be kind of late, but not too bad. Welcome in, Mario. Welcome in, Pizza is Yummy. Welcome in, Nat. Good to see you guys. Biggest fever dream of an ad, eating Culver's. Culver sounds good. Welcome in, Pamela. Good to see you. Does seem like a good day to chase. It's always a good day to chase when there's gonna be some storms. So we're pretty much guaranteed to get thunderstorms today. That's not a concern. The main issue is it's pretty dry. So we have 27-degree dew point spreads, 22 further south. It is going to be fairly tough to get a tornado there, so we're going to have to rely on moisture being pulled from the south throughout the evening. Do have a couple little weak showers moving through right now. The windshield's dirty. Sorry about that, guys. I've been driving. I got up at 5 a.m. this morning and left from Colorado. So we've been on the road pretty much all day, but I got the setup completely fixed. Obviously new windshield. Got that new tire, new Starlink, new power inverter, fixed the streaming setup. So the way that we're gonna do this is we're just gonna run the phone stream until storms really get going, because I don't want to burn all my freaking power. Because I think I can run the multi-camera stream for about 4 to 5 hours, and I don't want, I don't want all that to be before storms really get going. So tripod keeps like slipping. Make sure everything is good. I gotta tighten this up. Got a screwdriver in the back. I don't think I have one up here though. That's fine. Why is this tripod head so messed up right now? shifts. It has this weird little shift on the forward-facing section, so I'm not sure what causes that. Or it's not smooth at all. It can just wiggle over. Yeah, I'm just confused as to why it does this. There we go, fixed it. I do also have to fix this tripod thing here. It's a little unbalanced. There we go. It's not too bad. Alright, we're gonna get around here once these cars pass us. I don't think there's gonna be a ton of people out today. I do need to go live on Weatherfront for Max. If he goes live, we're gonna run that right now. I have kind of a unique system, I feel like, for doing this, because I don't like to, I only want to send one stream out at a time. You know, I don't want to send multiple feeds. That's going to take up much more bandwidth, and it's much easier to guarantee one stream going out instead of two, so. My Twitter account is still banned, so not really sure what. I'm still gonna keep appealing, but they sent me a super weird email saying just follow the instructions and we'll unban you. And I followed those. There's no instructions. Like, it doesn't tell me, it doesn't say what steps I have to follow to be unbanned. So it's obviously automated because it's like not based in reality, but they're pretending it was like human reviewed. So whatever. All right, let's go live for Max here. There we go. Hopefully Weatherfront gets their Android and desktop apps out soon. What does the 20Z HRRR say? 20Z HRRR says storms initiate at our target around 7 o'clock, roughly Fort Dodge area. We'll be at Fort Dodge at roughly 6 o'clock. So we're making pretty good time right now. I was worried we were going to be late. For a couple runs, the models were forming storms closer to 5 o'clock, which puts us, you know, pretty far away. Looking at satellite right now, there isn't too much development happening. There is stuff further back west. Definitely a really dry day, so I'm just really not thinking we're going to get a tornado. 5 tornadoes seems really high. It's got to be a QLCS tornado threat. It's got to be the reason for that 5%. I don't pay too much attention to the SPC outlooks when chasing, but yeah, it's QLCS tornadoes. So supercells initially quickly going upscale. And then what we're gonna do after today is we're gonna bail back southwest towards southwest Nebraska tomorrow. I haven't looked too closely at tomorrow or the next few days, honestly. I don't like to look too closely. I just kind of like to chase. Sometimes I have this issue where my preconceived forecast from the night before will really interfere, and I'll trust that instead of what the environment's showing the next day. It costs me tornadoes every now and then, so I don't put too much stock in. But Starlink should be more than enough to carry us until we get going, because I'm running, when I have the full stream setup, I got ISP tech, I got 3 other cameras running, I got my switcher running, and then I've got the encoder running. So there's a lot of equipment now that we didn't used to have. I did pack the full-size spare tire this time, so that way we don't just we're not completely out of luck and we can keep chasing if we get a flat. So we got a flat last week. Was that last week? Yeah, it was. I guess it was this week still. I think it was Saturday. We got a flat tire, and we really couldn't chase much after that. We had to go find a tire shop on a Sunday, so pain in the butt, but we got it sorted. Thankfully, there was a couple places that were open in Lawton, and we were still able to chase on Sunday. So hopefully not a repeat, but you know, can't be too careful. There's a reason I bought that full-size spare. I just didn't put it back in the car. So let's see what you guys are up to. Wing Grifter, they got a mesoscale discussion. Yep, we'll check that out in a second. Windshield is doing fine. Net. We got a brand new one on. We still even got the blue tape, so it's a brand new windshield. Brand new windshield. Who's live right now? Oh, Copic's live. Alright, there's a bunch of people live right now. Holy cow, there's a ton of people live. Yeah, we probably went live a little late today, but it's whatever. It's going to be a long stretch. I don't want to be burnt out. I was not expecting anybody to be on today. It just doesn't look like that much of a slam dunk. I mean, I guess it's on the way from tomorrow's, but I think we're going to end up targeting a storm probably along I-35 in Iowa, probably Fort Dodge, Iowa Falls, Ames, depending on if that storm's real. Now that is a tornado sounding, if that's legit, according to 20ZH-RRR. Maybe a slight supercell tornado threat. It's a little high LCLs and it's a little moist. P-watts are pretty high, but weak low-level shear. Kind of a weak shear day overall. We got steep lapse rates today. We got good enough shear. Cape's pretty average, around 2,000 ml, 2,000 surface base. So our parameters are pretty even. We've got a little bit of convective inhibition today. Oh, hold on. I gotta pull over. My Starlink just fell off the mount here. Why did it fall off the mount? Guys, we gotta pull off. I don't want to lose this Starlink. I just bought it. I don't know why it came off the mount. I'm probably gonna have to super glue it in. The mount's not broken. I noticed it was loose and I tried to tighten it as best I could, but I don't know what happened. And that next thing I need is for that to fly into somebody's windshield. Hopefully it was just a magnet that lifted, otherwise it's more annoying. I'll be right back. No major concerns, chat. I don't know how that thing stayed on the top of the car, guys. I don't know why it's so loose compared to the other one. Alright, it's almost stable, guys. Hold on. right, should be fine. All right, well, that's when I went around a semi, it like lifted off for some reason. Not really sure what happened there. That mount held that other Starlink for several pretty intense chases. I'm not sure why it's not holding this one. It's not broken. I'm wondering if maybe because I installed it after it was out in the sun, so wondering if the mount expanded so it doesn't quite fit. So I gotta wait for it to cool off to to put it back on. Worst case scenario, I could Gorilla Glue it in, but I got another mount at home. Just always seem to run into equipment issues like right before a big stretch. Seems to be pretty stable right now. I have no idea how that thing held on. I guess we'll get our test when we go around these semis. I think what happens is the flow just rounds the semi just enough for it to lift the thing off. Solution might be to move it further back, but there's not too much space further back. Oh, well, I'm not expecting today to be particularly intense from a chasing perspective. Like, we're not going to be in like a crazy strong RFD, I don't think. So I'm not too worried about it. The only thing that's really going to take this thing off is strong winds, and we're not going to be going, interstate speeds all the way through Iowa. I'm starting to see some towers form to the north. It just survived that. I heard like a thud, and I was like, oh, that's Starlink. Like, I knew it was kind of loose, but there really wasn't any way I could fix it. And the way that the mount goes, the only thing that should really like lift it is, pressure in the front of it, and then like something pushing it. You know what I mean? Like, driving, it should be fine. It's just like, if we take a really strong wind gust facing the other way, then it could be an issue. Then it could be an issue, guys. Yeah, it really is always something, Nat, but thankfully, I've come prepared this year. So I got a second power inverter. I've got extra Starlink related stuff. I just have to have time to actually install it. Gorilla Glue is probably going to be our short-term thing until I can figure out what's actually wrong with this mount. Because I looked at the Starlinks, it's both the same Starlink. I don't know why one was loose and the other wasn't. It's got to just be from the temperature causing the mount to expand, because we've been driving in the sun all day. So we got everything else charging. Dash camera is locked in. Just got to clean off the windshield. A lot of bugs today. It's hot. It is hot. I am very surprised about how many people are actually out today. Let's see what this mesoscale discussion's about. Do need to keep an ear open. Discussions. %, watch. It is a blue mesoscale discussion. Tornado or two is possible. Obviously not going to be very strong on the tornado language. They're a lot more adamant on the QLCS tornado threat, which makes sense. Just hoping to get some pretty storms today. And then tomorrow, and each day, once we hit Sunday and Monday, those are the peaking tornado days. There's an 88/63 here, 88/57. Definitely a more moist air mass chilling just south of Interstate 80 right now. Fort Dodge is 90/54, so if we can move that north, let's see, that 63 was at Creston earlier. Des Moines has moved up to 63 thanks to all this cloud cover. Can't get too attached to the HRRR, but it is really saying, giving a go here signal for supercells. Rufus is a little bit further south, but Rufus is always wrong. The MPass Rufus is also saying a little bit further south, like somewhere between Ames and Iowa Falls is probably where we should set up. So I might head up north towards Perry, Boone. I kind of don't want to go through Des Moines. I'm excited to use the multi-camera stuff. Got the microphone volume thing figured out. Got the, there's one little like tiny issue with one of the cameras that I have to work out, but pretty much got all that stuff figured out too, with why it wasn't working. And why the feed was so like, it was just goofy. It was like there were so many glitches and bugs with it, like it wasn't getting enough bit rate, but we fixed that too. So we're in a pretty good spirits. Been eating well, sleeping well, drinking a bunch of water. It's the time of the year where if you don't drink water when you're chasing, you're gonna end up with a headache because you're just gonna be so dehydrated. See, the thing is though, is I think I might want to go to Des Moines because that interstate north is going to be a much needed tool if we do have to go further north than expected. We don't want to be off the interstate if we got to go another hour north. And we can always come back west. You know, Iowa's trolled me in the past, but today we're not expecting tornadoes, just hopefully some pretty storms. Hopefully not the typical Iowa junk that you get when there aren't tornadoes. I think we might have a chance at some pretty photogenic storms for Iowa. Dew points in the low 60s, maybe upper 50s, temperatures in the 80s and 90s. Lapse rates are fairly steep. You'd want to see them a little bit steeper. They're going to support a damaging wind threat. But we do have enough shear for supercells. There's a kind of a cold front coming in. A setup that you would probably not be chasing in March, but May, June, July, a little more enticing. Temp changes are what kill our mounts in the tractor up here because all yeah, I think that's what it was. I think I just, because I took this old Starlink off and then drove around in the sun for a little bit, so. That said, we're making good time. In a great spot. Welcome in, Storm RJ6. Good to see you in. All right, dude, you don't need to flash your brights. I do appreciate it, though, but I can see. Whew. Yeah, on our off day on Monday, we had to go back and get Maddie from the airport, which is why we did not chase Tuesday. And I didn't chase yesterday because, one, I didn't think it looked good. Two, I really wanted to get this windshield on. I didn't want to go into this stretch with a broken windshield because especially Sunday, Monday looked pretty insane. So, but on our off day, we went to Palo Duro Palo Duro Canyon State Park, and then we went to Cadillac Ranch. Kind of just enjoyed Texas, West Texas, Texas Panhandle. So that was pretty fun. Got to drive around for a little bit. I didn't get out to hike much, but I did do, I got some good B-roll stuff of Cadillac Ranch, which I'll probably be using in a video this year. See, wouldn't they run an 18Z Rufus impasse run, or am I just assuming that here? Yeah, the 20Z HRRR just shows some nice cells by Fort Dodge by about 7 o'clock. I mean, I'll take that. We're pretty close to there anyway. We're about 3 counties away from that Fort Dodge cell that the models have been kind of printing something in that general area, like Fort Dodge, Webster City, Iowa Falls, Ames, Mason City, somewhere in there. Not doing a super in-depth forecast today, just given the environment. It's mostly going to be where can you find a supercell, and that's going to have the best moisture and the best shear combination. It's kind of an obvious target, so probably not going to be alone. I did not think there would be too many people out today, but there are a lot more than I expected. I guess it's May, so if this chase was in June, there'd be like half as many people. Oh. Okay, cool. So we're gonna try something here. Dev.weather. Excited for Weatherfront to get the chaser locations on the map. Really cool to be working with Weatherfront. I think what we're gonna do is just stick to the interstate and then go north. Means we gotta go through Des Moines, but it's the fastest way. And if we like really need to, we can take another little bit of time to go up to Mason City. I think we'll have sunlight till like 9, I think. So I want storms to go about at 7. I don't like when storms form within about an hour of dark, so. Go, buddy. I got you. I got your back. Just realized I got a bunch of stuff from Weatherfront to set up real quick. I haven't looked at my email yet today. I want a way to tweak something about my setup. So I want a button that just turns on ISP Tech instead of ISP Tech and my other camera system. Starlink. Oh, it. Alright, well, I think that might have just been a fluke. I secured it with some good old-fashioned tape, so... Cool, we got this active here. Alright, there we go. Locked in. Sorry guys, I had to set up my weather front stuff real quick. They were running some tests today, so I had to get everything up and going. about that. Come in, Kasim, good to see you. Maybe not. Storm to go into Carlisle, Illinois. So we won't know exactly where the storms are going to go until they start going. So yes, Nat, I was talking like a toggle, so that way I can get that set up. There's actually a way to do it with my system. I just have to actually set it up. Welcome in, Doom. Good to see you. Sorry guys. I know it's been a bit since I checked chat. Clean off this windshield, and I gotta get a protein shake. I love these Premier protein shakes, dude. They are actually just packed with vitamins and stuff. I started drinking them, and like I've noticed like a stupid amount of benefits, which just goes to show that I wasn't hitting my macros at all. They're all 160 calories, 30 grams of protein, and they got like vitamin A, vitamin E, you know, they got a bunch of stuff. C, B12, you know, copper, zinc, selenium, phosphorus, biotin. Big fan of these things. That's Greenfield. 14 miles south of here is Greenfield. We just visited Greenfield, I think in April. Maybe March. Did some stuff there. Tough to tell it was even hit by a tornado in some places. Houses are all rebuilt. You can really only see it in the trees. They're all mangled. Come in, Keith, good to see you. Ooh, Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, it's just tough to get them too when you're chasing. Like, when you're eating McDonald's all the time, a lot of those things just aren't, you know what I mean? They just don't have a ton of vitamins or anything. So you end up being too low. I think I was low on B12 for a bit. I'm never usually iron deficient. Oh no, I started drinking them like a week ago, and I felt much better since then. Just trying to eat healthier when I'm on the road this year, and it's made a pretty big difference. trying to avoid McDonald's and giant fast food meals and do more light snacking throughout the day, followed by maybe 1 or 2 big meals. Tonight we'll probably get some food in Des Moines, depending on if anything's open or not. It's kind of annoying because all the healthy places close early. Like, it's just the junk food that's open late. Like Mexican sounds good. Yeah, we should have a couple other mods floating around. It is not legal to go 85 miles an hour in Iowa. That is some poor advice. I don't do more than 5. I try not to do more than 5 over. Like, I don't like speeding. It really is not that helpful. Like, if you speed and you if the difference between you seeing a tornado is 2 minutes, then it probably wasn't worth seeing. Or you were just way too late anyway. Oh, it didn't save my photo for weather front. There we go. Kind of interesting how Apple's testing system works. I always wondered how they did that. I think I got a bug bite or something when I was out. But when I was off chasing, I did a lot of yard work. Our front sprinklers are broken, so I had to try and schedule somebody. And then our backyard is bad because of the dogs, so just trying to pull everything together here. It was a great yard last year, but I suppose we have 1 dog too many now. And now it's soil's pretty compact. Now thankfully the front's not too bad, it's just a little dry. I gotta go through and re-edge the mulch beds and stuff. There's some 63 dew points. We might go north here, guys, because Carroll 61, Denison 64. Those are 26 spreads, 30 spreads. Seems like the moisture is a little bit better northwest than expected. other models showing anything interesting today? Yeah, this model keeps, I don't know, maybe south is a little bit better. I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions on where to go today either way. This is 86, 90, 93, where these upper level clouds have kind of prevented mixing a little bit better. Might be the key today. Normally these things spell disaster for chasing, especially in Oklahoma, but I think it might actually be solid for up here. I think we're gonna turn and go north early. Just go to Fort Dodge. Northern Iowa is definitely the best part of Iowa to chase, hands down. I haven't had many chases in northern Iowa, but like eastern Iowa is a little rough. Southwestern Iowa is just a little hilly. It's fine otherwise. And then southern Iowa is kind of rough. But northern Iowa is nice. Dude, these bugs. I think we're gonna go north. Yeah, there's some 90/64 observations that I kind of like. If that's a real observation, that is nice. These upper level clouds here really helped to block out the sun and keep our moisture from getting too low. We're uncapped northwest Iowa right now. Step forward here, cap builds in pretty fast once again. Surface base, we're unstable. We're always unstable surface base, man. Is there ever a time you're stable surface based? Alright. Well, we'll be to Fort Dodge in an hour and a half. We will have to stop for gas. My miles per gallon, like, not too bad getting 30. So there should be, I think Redfield's got one. I think we might just stop in Fort Dodge, unless it looks like something's about to go up sooner and something's a little more imminent. Otherwise, we'll just fill up at Fort Dodge. I could fill up at Redfield. I think that there's a gas station there. Here's our exit. Time to go north. Also, there are towers northeast, but the moisture's all kind of southwest right now. At the gas station, we'll clean off the windshield too, dude. These bugs are insane today. Just constant. Like, I keep hearing them hitting the windshield, bro. Got some red-shouldered blackbirds here. There's a red-winged blackbird. Is it yellow-shouldered red-wing or red-wing yellow-shouldered? I don't remember. I do not remember. Yeah, we were able to successfully dodge Iowa for a couple weeks, but we have returned. Somehow Iowa returned. Actually not sure what the heck is clicking on the... force on the camera now. I slid it back just a little bit. Everyone's out today. Yeah, there's quite a few people out today, Keith. I know, MLG. We'll have to clean it off when we get up here. I cleaned it off at the last gas station I was at, so this is all new. Hit those hot temperatures in Nebraska and Iowa and your windshield just gets bugged. 4 degrees this morning in western North Carolina. Stay safe. Yeah, it's... I mean, it feels more like summer chasing today than it does spring chasing. But that's pretty common on these day before the day type events. They're a little drier. I mean, if our dew points were like, if we had a 65 dew point today, it would be like full go. But moisture's arriving slow and a little bit lower than what you would want. Slow. I gotta try and spin this around. You guys just fell off. Sorry, there was some wiggle there. Whew. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll we'll clean off that windshield here. We stop for gas, probably at Fort Dodge. See you, Overcops. Good to see you back in here. Casey's right here. Do I really want to stop at Casey's right now? We'll stop at Casey's and top off our gas real quick. There's nobody here. Might as well. All right, it's gonna go. You're gonna lose signal for a sec, chat, because they only have you on Starlink right now. It should be using LA. I'm wondering why it's not. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll be right back, guys. Top off our gas, and then maybe grab some string cheese or something. Clean off the windshield. I'll be right back. years of hail damage.
Is it?
Yeah. And then the other side's worse. I had a tornado throw a power line at the car, so.
Oh, that survived that one.
Yeah. I used to have a roof rack.
Yeah. Not much. How are you, Ron? Say that again. I'm heading down for a baseball game. Have enough? Just enough? Oh, I get it back every time. If he wants to keep his money, he's going to have to use his own money. They always think everything's just really simple and life is full of gimme, gimme, gimme. That's getting out of hand. Yeah, it's almost six. I haven't been. I told the kids I ain't buying a damn bit of gas for any of the toys this summer. You're on your own, and I'm probably not going to mow anymore. I'm just going to turn the sheep loose on it. So. Yep, I just been using my electric woven fence to rotate them. So. Yeah. So I better get going. It's good to see you. Later.
All right, guys. We are back. Got some string cheese, water, Quest bars. They do make it a little tough on you at Casey's to eat healthy, but clear that notification that says we're getting gas. So we're not getting gas anymore. Hopefully that works. I'll try it again. All right, we're back, everybody. We're gonna keep going north. Time to go to Fort Dodge. I think we just want to sit under these clouds. It's kind of just crapvection, but it keeps our moisture higher. I mean, it's not that cold at the surface. Who knows? I try not to be too rigid with my forecasts, because, I mean, honestly, it's just really tough to be. I'm definitely more of a fluid, you know, type targeter. Like, I don't usually pick like, oh, I'm heading to this town. I just kind of head to a general area and adjust from there. I don't like getting married too much to one spot. I like to be on the move and, you know, constantly readjusting. That's my style. I am the constant readjuster. There are some people who go to their target and they just sit there and wait. I am definitely not that guy. I've done it a few times this year. There was an Iowa day with an ice tornado. And then there's that Southeast Oklahoma bust. Yeah, might be it. Oh, I did a multiple Iowa busts. Still got the blue tape on our windshield, guys. All right, I should probably move ISP tech, but I don't know. We could go live on the other thing. I'm not super dialed into a forecast today, so. was a severe thunderstorm way up north. We are in a severe thunderstorm watch now. Man, the vibes are immaculate today. It's a good day. I feel like I say it every stream, but it really is a blessing to just being able to just go drive around and find thunderstorms. I'm very grateful. About where my life's at right now. Never had this Quest bar before. It's the peanut butter one, but I like peanut butter. It's alright. First severe thunderstorm up by Spencer, Estersville, Iowa. I don't really want to go after that. I want something to form in between that and those Omaha storms. Like if we can get a storm by Denison, it'd be great. Even Fort Dodge. Anywhere along there is perfect. That storm up there, though, is just really far north. Like, it's a good 80 miles away from the good moisture. It's going to go outflow dominant before it even has a chance. Which is fine. And if that's all we chase, that's all we chase. But definitely we're going to want something to go up by Storm Lake. This guy go here. And what? It's like a half mile, 1.5 miles, we go north again. Beautiful day. I can never understand people who love winter. I really can't. It's cool if you're in the mountains or something, or for like a little bit, but I love when everything greens up. Getting some high base towers up there to the north. Today trended a little further west than I was expecting. Once we get on these storms, we'll turn the multiple camera system on. Not sure how long the front-facing camera can live. I think I might have a dummy battery somewhere that might suffice, but I don't know where it's at. I probably should have considered using that a little earlier than right this minute. But this new windshield is nice. Probably gonna lose it in the next 5 days. Tell you what, that Quest bar was filling. Not hungry anymore. Yeah, trying to eat much better. Should be healthier. we're trying to get another storm a little bit further south by Storm Lake. One up north's just going to be messy. We just need to pull this moisture in from the south. It's running a little bit behind schedule. There's that 63 now by Ames. So that means that this moisture plume, about 70 miles south of this northern storm. If this southern storm goes up, it's going to be about 40 miles. So we really want a storm to go up here to the southwest, if at all possible. It's going to be much easier to get storms north. And we're probably going to get messy quick. Once you get one storm, it's going to be pretty easy to get a few. But there are some bubbles now up by Storm Lake. Ottawa, Sioux City, Estersville, Armstrong. These bugs, man. I can hear them hitting the windshield. Yeah, dude, Iowa's got that bill to increase the speed limit on these highways, which would be sweet. Up from 55 to 60, which, I mean, 60 is not that fast, but 55, I think, is the slowest state that I chase. I mean, Texas and Oklahoma are the best. Wyoming's pretty high, too. There used to be a train here. Said it's replaced with a walk-in path. That's kind of cool. 3 minutes faster. Why is it not putting me on that route immediately? Bro is spraying those weeds. Looks like we're getting some more tower development on the southern flank here. That's what we want. 1 inch hail reported with that storm to the north. I want something further south. I want like one storm further south than that. Something between us and that storm would be just perfect. I wish it was 1 county south of Storm Lake too, though. Not really in any rush right now. There are these showers overhead. There's these showers, yeah, there's some updrafts forming out west too. If the one by Mapleton gets going, that could be interesting. Sac City, something in that region. It's definitely going like way further west than the models are suggesting. Like 2-3 counties further west. Probably should have gone north originally when we planned to, but yeah, there's some backed winds here. Plume of 60s dews coming out of northern Missouri. And Sac City storm might have a shot if it can form. Another storm that might have a good chance is the one going up by Sioux City. If those can kind of hang on, that moisture's coming towards it. Alright, we might go northwest. Yeah, we should have gone north sooner. How far away is Sioux City? It's gotta be like 2 hours, yeah. Well, we wouldn't have to drive all the way there. Like, realistically, those storms are gonna be moving east. They're not gonna be moving that fast, but straight, or am I? It's very confusing when this says go straight, but you're actually keeping right. bad storm south of Sioux City. They're just blowing up right now. We gotta have good lift moving in now. I really don't want that storm so far north. Where do we want to go? The good news is all these towers are going to be forming to our north anyway, so we can just put that Sioux City storm into our maps and probably run into something else. It's right after, storms are expected to go up starting around 5 o'clock. It's only about 5:45 right now. Nope. We'll turn on the multi-camera stuff when we get closer to a storm. Unfortunately, just there's nothing right now near us. Should be forming shortly, though. I don't think we're going to go stormless today. Man, the 55 speed limits feel so slow for these roads. are you guys at? 25%. I swear we just went live. All right. Don't want that. Well, we might go north. There's some other cells blowing up. I like that cell west, but I feel like if that Pocahontas stuff gets going, it's gonna be like where one might want to be. I don't know. That stuff west is closer to the 60s dues, but the winds are veering away from it. I think I'm just gonna go north. I don't want to go back to western Iowa. Here's my road. Alright. This is my road, I guess. Yeah, there's that cell blowing up west. There's stuff trying to go up here, though. I'm worried that that cell west is going to get cut off and there's going to be too many storms that form in front of it. They just severe warned that one. If we can get a storm by Sac City, Storm Lake. 63 due there, 63 due. These storms are forming just north of the better moisture. Fort Dodge is 90 over 60. It's kind of interesting how far east the models are today. And it's kind of funny that none of them initiate a storm until... I do think we want to be by Storm Lake though. Like, once you get 60s up there, it's good. There's a much more broad area of 60s dews climbing in. I'm worried that Sioux City storm is just going to be just west of it. Deeper moisture is definitely further east, down Creston, somewhere in there. I don't want to just fly back west though. I really want a storm to go up east. The thing is though, is that storm west is exploding and it might be moving into the right sort of environment here. The only problem is that it's just not going to move much. Kind of want to see what the model's prog wind profile's at by Sioux City. Not terrible, but it's definitely more moist than the models expected, specifically the HRRR, and we're quite a ways west of that, or east of that. Probably catch it by Ida Grove, maybe more like Lakeview, if we really want that. I do see another tower coming up a little further southwest. I kind of like that. Well, I guess it's east of that other storm, but it's kind of what I would want by Sac City. All right, I think we're gonna hit this highway up here and go west, maybe. Fort Dodge is back down to a 57. I thought weren't they at 59? Yeah, they were at 59. They're back down to 57. All right, well, it's probably a day to get on a storm fast. We got loads of time till sunset. Ida Grove's only an hour and a half. Really want something to go up further east than that storm by Sioux City, but further south than the storm by Ethersville. Estherville? Estherville. There's another tower like right in front of us. There are more cells going up to the south of that other storm. So I think what we want to do is just play a lead cell over here. Like, I'm just torn on whether or not I go friggin' north or west here. There's this tower blowing up. That's got to be that Humboldt one. That might be a left mover. Yeah, I think that western one is going to get just blasted by all these other updrafts. I think we want to be on a lead storm, and I don't think we want to get baited. It's possible we missed something, but we're also really far away from that Fort Todd, or from that Mobile, Mapleton, Ida Grove cell. We are getting a lot of storms going up very fast. kind of funny if we don't get any storms in between these two. Yeah, there's like so many cells going up. You're just gonna want to be on the easternmost right mover. Yeah, that Humboldt one is a left mover, man. That thing is racing north. Okay, I want to keep going north then in that case. Cell West just has so much going on. It's the best looking one at the moment, but how long is it going to be the best looking one? I don't know. We're going to drift towards it. This cell that's blown up in front of us is a left mover, and we're not going to go after that. We're going to be looking for either other updrafts or that really large severe thunderstorm off to the west. I'm just not in any rush to get on that thing yet because the moisture still hasn't hit it yet. We'll probably get there before the moisture does, or pretty close. And the moisture's still a little low for tornadoes, so we're looking for structure. It's probably a solid looking storm right now, but it's probably a ways from its peak. These other cells off to the east, probably if they get developed at all, they're going to put out a bunch of cold air and kill these things. That one by Sac City is really picking up steam. You just want the southernmost cell, southeasternmost cell. Do need to watch back east. So we get a little closer on the storms, we'll start running the multi-camera stuff. Just didn't want to use it yet. Not much reason to when we're just driving. Let's get camera feeds all plugged in here. Western cell's already getting messy. I think Sac City is going to end up being the cell. Look at this thing just exploding in front of us, chat. It's May, all right. I want that Sac City storm to go. Looks like it is based on that tower. like this Sac City cell. Man, that one by Humboldt ended up being a left mover is crazy. So tilted. We are gonna turn multi-camera on. I'm gonna plug this in. This is our receiver for our voice, so that way you guys can pretty much hear me whenever. All right, well, where's that? There it is, that necklace. This is good to go. See this? Okay, that's good to go. Turn on. It is hazy here. Yeah. We are heading to Lake City. Not that Lake City. Hopefully this isn't a left mover like the other ones. That would suck. This is the storm we want. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go turn the thing on here. All right. Because mic 1 was off. that's all we can do right now. Why is it still playing the music? Alright, well, it's somewhat working. Got this storm off to the... Should be left, that should be right. Alright, well, that's all we can do right now. You know, this thing's not very delayed. We're gonna have to lift this stuff up. You know, this thing's not very delayed. Alright. We've always got the other camera we can go to for backup. It does seem like that Sac City cell might be a left mover. We're gonna go north here towards Rockwell City. Man, it is just going due north, isn't it? I feel like I see some base on it though, so I think we're just gonna slide north and hope it splits or right turns. Man, it is just going due north, isn't it? Alright, my radar to not go out like that. Yeah, so I can't turn these cameras until later, but it seems like it's actually working now. Is this my road? Yeah, this is our road. Got all these cells going up here. Not sure where to put this because it's getting like all my movements. Gonna have to lift the cameras up like 10%. Not sure where to put this because it's getting like all my movements. Alright, we're gonna move this. We're just gonna set it like right here. Hopefully that's okay. We got a couple thunderstorms here. I think that this guy is unfortunately a left mover, but maybe not. Maybe we're lucky. That stuff west really kind of petered out anyway. fast is this storm allegedly moving? Northeast at 30. There isn't much to it right now, guys. Sorry, I'm like checking everything like crazy to make sure that our signal's okay. Seems to be doing fine right now. Alright. Probably as good as we're going to get today. I don't know. It really bugs when I first turn it on, so that's something I got to be careful with. I feel like the name of the game today is get on the southeasternmost storm. Let's see where these dew points are at right now. We got a 63, one county south of this storm. The problem is it's moving northeast. We want this thing to really slow down here, and I do think that there's a large component of this that's a left mover. It is blowing up pretty nicely though. We're just gonna keep going north, try and catch it. It's really tiny right now. It's also interestingly hazy, so that's something to keep an eye on. Slow down here, and I do think that there's a large component of this that's a left. It is blowing up pretty nicely though. Why is it peaking so much again? Where is my thing here? Why are you peaking, dude? You don't need to peak. It's okay. Need audio to peak, bro. It's okay. Keep going. Why is it peaking so much again? Where is my thing here? Why are you peaking, dude? You don't need to peak. It's okay. You don't need audio to peak, bro. It's okay. Alright, there we go. Alright, things are mostly working now. It's definitely not perfect. We need to adjust one of the cameras and adjust those two side cameras and lift them up a little bit. But otherwise, it's not too bad. Go back to one, show you guys what's up front here. It's weird not having the phone camera on most of the streaming. We really want this guy to go, man. This is just the cell that we want. Yeah, it's the name of the game today was get on the easternmost cell, and I think that we're going to complete this pretty successfully. It's definitely really tiny. Okay, we're going to go north. Probably get over to Manson, about a good 25 miles away. We are going to want to take eastern route just to get ahead of it. It's moving pretty quickly to the north, which is a little bit unexpected considering shear today. Unless I could be wrong. I was expecting motions to be a little bit more easterly, but I wasn't paying that much attention. Now let's go look at these photographs. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how northeast they're moving when most of these are saying they're gonna go, you know, east, or they're gonna go east, or they're gonna go maybe even southeast. For them to be flying north like this is really left mover. I hope we just split here, man. I don't want this. There is some sort of base on the southern side, but I just want this to be a right mover, please. I'm a little confused as to why we're getting predominant left movers on this eastern thing here. We do have a high base storm trying to form over there. You guys are starting to see there's a really tall high base updraft trying to get its act together. It's really tiny still, but if this can really go, could have a really photogenic storm. Yeah, I am shocked. Maybe some slight curvature to favor a left mover. Very slightly. Alright, we're actually going to deviate and go west instead of east. Go by South Twin Lake. This thing is so high-based. I don't know if the moisture's quite here yet. Even if it is here, it's going to be a really high-based storm, like 2,000 LCLs, but it feels slightly higher than that. There's this thing right here in front of us. It's a really tiny cell at the moment. Yeah, my tripod is like, I don't know what it's doing. There we go, hopefully. It doesn't sink too much there. Yeah, it's got this weird locking issue where it like just won't fully click into place. Why am I getting reflection? I should probably paint that black so that doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know if this thing's gonna survive, man. Not the look of a survivor there. Yeah, this front camera is weirdly loose. Like, I don't know why. I don't understand why it's so jank. Okay, body agent is hot. Okay, we're gonna go to this side. Sorry guys, I'm still getting used to using this. We really want this thing to, it looks like we're splitting, which is definitely better than it just being a left mover. That's why our echoes have dropped. We are getting a base to form here on the southern flank. It is elevated though, which is totally fine. Pretty weak updraft here on the southern flank. But it's definitely the best looking storm. Like, it's not really that close. I need to lift these cameras up a little bit. They're showing a little too much of the ground. Also angled a little weird. Yeah, we've got this flat base here. Hopefully it can keep improving. Does look a little rough. Battle Creek doesn't look terrible, I have to say. Just they're getting so many new updrafts forming there. This one, we've got this cell, a storm behind it, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, we are definitely splitting though. I think this base continues to get a tad wider. This is not going to be a tornado producer though. This is going to be a hailer. It is a little hazy though, I must say. Yeah, 88 over 63, just to our south by Carroll. What does RTMA think right now? RTMA says the 60s are here, so basically we should enjoy this thing. I kind of like to get sit in roughly this position on this type storm. It's interesting, it's kind of oriented in a way where the hail is dropping over us. Definitely not the world's strongest updraft right now. Just hope it keeps building, pulling in that inflow. You can see those little tails off to the left. We're gonna stop up here, and then I am gonna this thing's trying to get bigger. Got that inflow coming in. Please survive. Not a tornado day, but I would love to see some nice structure. It's a little high base for that even, but take pretty much anything today. Today's kind of just a bonus day. Tell you what, it's really nice to just press the button. I think that was Freddie. What's he going south for? So whenever Freddie McKinney goes south, you're like, huh. Rough. Just want it to grow a little wider. I've seen storms survive worse, but I don't know if this storm's gonna move like that. Find a spot to pull off here, man. Grain silos right here. Dude, this thing is so high based. We're like miles away from it and it looks like it's overhead. That's how close we are, or how far we are, and how high based it is, bro. Alright, we're gonna just park it right here for a minute. Yeah, it's alright. See if it can get any better. Back up just a tad. Get off the road a little more. How cold is this rain, do we think? It's not too bad. Dude, this thing is so high based. Not sure why this isn't working like last time. I had it really far forward and lower last time. Yeah, like that. There we go. Let's make sure we're focused up. this thing is rough looking to say the least. Pull back radar. Yeah, it might be dying already. Man. It'd be really funny if all this stuff just weakens and just goes away. See, the northern half of the updraft looks fine on that right side, but this stuff on the southern flank looks bad. Either way, would like to grab a still, so be right back. I like to take stills on every chase, just one at least. Alright, well, there is some interesting stuff going on here. You guys see that up there? That's kind of a good sign. And just need it to keep getting wider. Keep getting wider, survive. Just kind of on that knife's edge right now where you just don't know. I think it might come out of this okay. Yeah. It could survive. It's just such a goofy looking cell. We've got some crazy inflow bands above us right now as well. Try and gingerly remove you guys without unplugging the HDMI cable as best I can. We've got these things up here all just feeding in. Just not exactly what you would want to see. It's so tiny. It's just such a small cell. Please give me an echo top jump here. Right turn, echoes explode. It knows it wants to. Dude, this is where the rear cameras are gonna come in and so nice. Cause like I can just do this now. And you should have a pretty solid view. Yeah. I mean, if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna be with this cell. Unless they merge later. That one near Ida Grove could get going again too. It might be done with those mergers. Kind of a messier evolution than you would expect looking at the photographs. I just don't like the apparatus type look on it. I wonder if 2 gives you guys a better look. Nope. Back to 3. Dude, I actually love this. It makes it so easy to show you guys the storm. I've just got some minor things to fix. Looks like that cell to the west doesn't look too bad. Dude, this thing's doing some goofy stuff though. Yeah, Echo's just exploded on that one down to the west. And this guy is just gonna die. It's just too small. It couldn't widen in time. Alright. Yeah, it just couldn't get wide enough. No way it survives this, man. We'll stay on it another little bit, just in case. Why is it showing my... I don't know, man. I really wanted it to be this cell. It's just too tiny. Too disorganized. Man, I can't believe that that left split is truly that dominant here. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go to Odebolt. Odebolt? Not that bad. 55 minutes till we get there. That's fine. It's sitting like right on that corner. It's tough for you guys to see. Yeah, this thing's just not it. South doesn't look, or west doesn't look that great either, but it's better than this thing. Still gonna grab a still though, just because. Oh. Kind of an annoying storm, guys. Can't lie, kind of annoying. All right, we're gonna go flip around here. Get on that storm in front of us. This thing's just too cold. There's a bunch of cold air here or something, and it's just not working. It's got all this inflow going in and it can't survive. There's also some of the janky, one of the more janky updrafts I've seen this season. Alright, why did we focus on that? There we go. Yeah, talk about jank. Well, that's probably the best shot gone for something super cool. Unless we're about to merge another updraft in. I think we're we're just gonna head to Odebolt, 45 minutes out. We already pretty much have a view of that other storm. So high base today. Once we get through these trees, you guys might be able to see it a little bit. Updraft of the year. Echoes just jumped again. Maybe not jumped. Jump might be a strong word. Echoes increased. Can see that cell. You know, I might be getting it together a little bit. Just kind of hedge for now. I don't love it. I think we're just gonna reposition like we're gonna get on this west one. And if this eastern one does actually re-intensify, we can be there for it. This. Scan's really old. This one might be... thing just exploded again. Alright, well, we'll stay on it. Its base is looking much healthier all of a sudden. You guys see how much wider and more solid it is now? Alright, I love when I leave my storm and then it starts to look better. You kind of got to trick the storm sometimes, you know? You got to be like, you got to just fake out, you know? Leave your storm, but actually you're staying on this one. So, you know how it is. You know how it is. Dude, this ATEM is hot. Why is it running so warm? I know those people. Yeah, it looks a little better. Look at all these inflow bands feeding in. It's just not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. Today was never supposed to be perfect, but I don't know. I think we're just going to have to let it do its thing. We did just get a ton of help from some other storms. Maybe from the blob. Do we get something cool from the blob? Man, it looks like junk. It's all southwest. Isn't honestly much better. Got some nice lighting in behind us. Dude, this thing is like hot. It's in like a good airflow area too, which is a little concerning. I almost left this thing. Okay, dude. My hands are on the steering wheel. It's not my fault if you pull me one way or the other. Can't get mad at me. Bro, I'm not even over. Alright. Gotta go the other way. Sit on the other side. Stop pulling me over to the left. It's like pulling me over, like it'll like throw me over to the left side. Be like, excuse me, your car's on the left side of the lane. Thanks, bro. That's your fault. Hey, look, we're right where we started. It all comes back to square one. Every storm chase, you at least gotta go in one circle, otherwise it doesn't count. If you're not going in circles on your storm chase, you're not a storm chaser. I hate to say it, but it's true. gonna, I don't know what you're doing, so I'm just gonna do what I want to do. Yeah, we're not terrible, but we're struggling to maintain supercell stuff. Probably would be a good day to pull out a lightning trigger or two. Just test it out. I think that's what I'll do here. Is this not plugged in or something? There we go. Alright. I'll be back. We're going to set up the tripod, run the lightning trigger, wherever the heck I put it. Please tell me I packed it for one. Where did I put that lightning trigger at? I didn't pack it, I swear. Put it in here maybe? No. Maybe Maddie. Oh wait, I know it's at. Fully good to go. I don't know where I put the instructions for it. So we're kind of going to be, just be, oh wait, yes, I got it. Manual, aperture, yada yada, F8, ISO as low as possible, shutter speed 150. Testing out our lightning trigger right now. Need a good CG. Testing our trigger. Haven't had a good bolt since I set it up. Yep. This guy is just oscillating between terrible and very terrible. It is nice out though. Come on. Oops, it's all trash. Dude, our lightning literally stopped the minute I set this thing up. What are the odds? Literally, what are the odds? Just weak little flashes, nothing that interesting. Did it not go there? It got one, chat. It got another one. It's just getting flashes now, though. It's not getting CGs because there haven't been any. We're gonna readjust you guys. You know the storms are cooking when everybody's like, can I please have a QLCS? Like, please just give me a line. It's awesome. is warm inflow just streaming north. I am shocked about how bad these storms look. Like, inflow is streaming in. And it's pretty warm, it's pretty moist, it feels humid. It's kind of surprising. Like, I wasn't expecting like a well fleet or an ord, but you know, something would have been nice. It's just kind of bubbles, man. Bubbly convection. Oop. Looks like that eastern storm did end up forming. So that left mover put off a right split, and then the left mover died. Are you kidding me? Bro, I took this thing off just to get some great CGs right there, bro. Literally not 2 seconds after I took it off. Well, what can you do? What can you do? Pain in the butt, chat. Kind of the first chase that we got to kind of sit around and hang out with the storm, I guess, instead of driving all over the place, so that's kind of cool. I gotta find that dummy battery for this. There just isn't much to look at with it. Bro, we might just call it. It's all junk. Dude, it's actually shocking how lame this storm is. Literally more akin to pop-up showers than supercells, which is interesting given the wind profiles. I wonder what went wrong. Looks like a nuke on the horizon, but it's actually just the sun. They have no idea how to warn these because they're behaving so weirdly. Dude, that cell way east. Sheffield, Hampton. The storm that initially formed as a left mover created a right split, it looks like, and is exploding. It's the tallest echoes, that's for sure. Huh. Well, we can floor it east. But I don't have much faith that it's going to be any better. 50,000 feet. 50,000 feet. Well, we have a few options. One, we can watch all this goofy stuff. Seems like the cap's getting to it now. Southeasterly flow right here. There might be a little updraft back there in the rain. There's a block here somewhere. Where did my blocks go, chat? Every chase, I buy a new block and I lose it. Because this phone needs a charge. I guess I can just use this. The wires are becoming an issue though. Major issue with these wires. We just have too many. The good news is the setup and concept works, but just need to make some adjustments. It took a second to get going, so I wonder how I could mitigate that going forward. Because like it really took a second to get started. Yeah, dude, that Hampton cell, which is the one we initially wanted to target, but all this stuff went up. this all gonna look here? I guess we could go back east and try and get it. It should be pretty. Shear's supposed to be pretty big on it. How far are we? We can't be that far. How far away is Hampton, Iowa? Alright, it's an hour away. Alright, well. Alright, I need a block because for whatever reason this thing is not charging fast. .4 amps. Alright, I'll be right back. I think we're just gonna go east. Hope for some lightning, I guess. Hopefully we get on the storm in time. This goes back, this goes back, this goes back. I do not know how to get these wires better handled. Okay, that's enough to charge it. The last one wasn't, though. So this can only be charged by a block on that. Okay. Another lesson. Dude, the wires are so frustrating. Alright, yeah. You're done. That wire's done. Important. This wire is so tangled, I don't even need it. I could just use the shorter one. Alright. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get this all sorted the heck out. Are you kidding me? There's a wires, chat. I hate wires. Yeah, I need to learn how to do cable management, guys. Holy cow, is it an actual mess in here? It works, but it's a mess, which is a problem. But not one we can solve at the moment. Okay. We are gonna go southeast. Southeast? Northeast? East? Something like that. We're gonna go one of the directions. I'm gonna have the front camera off for a little bit because I can't find the dummy battery for it, so I just realized I probably needed that. So we'll just be using the sides and rear cameras for now. Well, we got to test out the bolt hunter and figure out how it works. You didn't get any bolts because we took it down literally a minute before it produced like the best bolts of its entire life, and then nothing else. Yeah, they got a destructive severe that storm. They have a 32-minute warning on that. It seems to be moving really slow. Dude, you can go. That was insane. Alright, we'll show you guys that initial storm here. See, it's got that smooth look. That is not it. Should have just listened to the HRRR today. I mean, if we take this road far enough east, we'll catch it. The problem is like, is it worth it? You know, like, is it actually worth it? Because if it's not, and it's more worth it to go down to Nebraska, that's what we should do. Because we kind of got to crisscross back the other way. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Alright, I'm going to deem that worth it. Really like the way I had my tripod set up last time, but now I can't match it. Seems like we're getting another cell trying to develop on top of the old one. I don't really know how much I trust that's going to survive. Nice thing about structure is you can see it from pretty far away. So we should be on this storm fast. I think sun's going to set first though. Yeah, sunsets in like 45 minutes. Kind of interesting how this is unfolding. be some sort of power cycle or something happening, because there's no way I keep moving it to 1 like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll go back. I mean, we'll head back west. It's the best looking cell. It might get tornado warned here. There's just so much junky rain around it. I love when I leave something and it just immediately starts popping off. I mean, this one's probably nothing special, but there's a merger happening on the back side, and I'm just curious. Go towards Woolstock, I believe, because I bet this thing merges and then goes southeast. It's like a big RFD coming around. Just perpetually always going to the wrong storm. That's kind of how today is. That is just how today is. I love when it focuses on the windshield and not actual stuff. Back the way we came from. Deer. It didn't get onto the road, but it was running towards it. See, and this thing's gonna get like super goofy. The The one north is goofy too. That's all goofy. Goofy junk. I want to go check this out. If it really falls off a cliff here in the next 20 minutes, we'll just start heading towards southwest Nebraska for tomorrow. Starting to get lightning activity up north again. Dude, there's like this massive rain shield in front of this thing. What is that clicking? Not even sure what that is. At least the rain shield's weaker on this southwestern one. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, I just had a crazy bolt. Probably wouldn't be bad to stop and do lightning, but I'm just not in the mood. I feel like all these bolts are gonna get mogged next month anyway. just gonna die, it looks like. It's all dead. It's all dying. It's so cooked, man. What is that clicking sound, bro? Idea what that is. It's literally just outflow junk. I think we're gonna call it and just go for tomorrow. I don't really want to chase this. Just an insanely annoying chase today, I guess. Gonna go ahead and put McCook in the maps. Although I should probably put more like freaking Sterling in the map. Literally going right back to where we started, almost where we started today at. Probably get a hotel in Omaha. Maybe Lincoln. Alright, we're gonna head down here, then we're gonna just bounce off this thing. Just kind of going back and forth because we literally don't care. It's such junk. The junkiest stuff I've had all year, minus that cold front day on the lake. time to go home. Ish. Chasing today just to go all the way back is crazy. Hungry. I haven't really had much to eat today. I've literally had like 2 bags of beef jerky, 2 things of string cheese, and a Quest bar, and then 2 protein shakes. So probably need to eat a little more than that. We're gonna head probably towards Lincoln or Omaha for tonight. We're not gonna sleep in Des Moines. That's really out of the way, and I want to get as far west as we can tonight, just to be ready for tomorrow. Because I don't like waking up super early to drive. I like waking up early, but not like I don't want to get up at 3 or 4 a.m. to go drive back. So I'm probably gonna do. It's only 9 o'clock. I could probably do 3 or 4 hours tonight. That puts us a little bit more closer to like Lexington, I think, maybe Grand Island. Somewhere in there. And I would stick around and do lightning, but again, I don't like waiting and sitting on storms like this when the next day's target is far. I'll definitely do that if it's like close and I got a ton of time and it's like late initiation the next day or within like 4 hours drive, but doesn't seem that way tomorrow. I think we're just going to save our energy and go back for tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Be sure to keep an eye on those weather warnings, especially if you're in Iowa. And just keep checking that SBC because, man, is this going to be an active stretch coming up. So we're going to rest, and I don't want to overexert myself too much before Sunday and Monday come around. So we're going to go ahead and call here. Thank you guys, and I will see you later. Have a great night.